Right. Yeah. Dwayne. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Are you in my division?
Call to order, please. And everyone turn on their lights.
Call to order the Rainbow Public Facilities Corporation Annual Meeting for April 29th, 2025. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Townsend Smith,
Here.
Director Hoffman,
Here.
Director Irvine.
Here.
Thank you.
Are there any additions, deletions, amendments to the agenda?
There are none.
None. Do I have an approval of the motion to approve the agenda as published?
So moved.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public comment. Any person may address the board at this time upon any subject not identified on this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Rainbow Municipal Water District. However, any matter that requires action will be referred to staff for a report and action at a subsequent board meeting. As to matters of the agenda, an opportunity will be given to address the board. Do we have any requests for public speaking?
We do not have any requests for public comments. We do.
This is not the regular board meeting, Dwayne. Okay. That's okay. Just wanted to clarify. I mean, you're welcome to speak at either or both, but do I have a motion to approve the minutes from April 23rd, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Old business. There is no old business. New business. Ratify the current board of directors of the Rainbow Municipal Water District as the board of directors of the Rainbow Public Facilities Corporation. Do I have a motion? Do I have any discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Approve appointment of officers of the Rainbow's Public Facilities Corporation for 2025.
Yes, and in the packet, we provided the last year's. I mean, typically it's just been the officers of the board, as well as the CFO for the Public Facilities Corporation, but to the pleasure of the board, president, vice president, secretary, and then a CFO. I'll just say this. I mean, this is the Public Facilities Corporation. Obviously, if we were going to issue any kind of debt, bond issuance, things like that, would be the entity that would do that. We don't plan on doing that this year. We're probably several years away from doing anything like that. So, but to keep annually, we need to appoint officers and that. So that's what we're doing here today.
Is any discussion? Do I have a motion to appoint the board of directors for Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors officers to serve as the officers of the Public Municipal Facilities
So moved.
Corporation?
I'll
Move-
second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me, President Hamilton, can we please name the president, the vice president, and the treasurer?
Oh, you would do that to me. The officers would be president. It would be Hayden Hamilton. Vice president is Michael Mack. Is that correct?
Correct.
Our secretary is. Who's the secretary?
It was Michael Mack last year. It was all three of the officers were board members last year.
Sure.
So you need to appoint a secretary.
We need to
Yeah.
appoint a secretary.
Yes.
Does it have to be board members? Can it be staff? Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
So
Doesn't matter.
you want to nominate? Who?
Yeah, I mean, Therese. I would
Therese?
nominate
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay,
And then Constantine.
Would be the.
and then Constantine, whose last name I still can't say, I apologize. Would be the chief financial officer.
Thank you. And the motion? Carrie?
Motion was made by Director Irvine and seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
All right.
Almost the fastest meeting we've ever had. It'll be hard to beat the record. It was 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Oh, it was, you remember? Oh, funny.
Okay. Get my paperwork in order here. Call to order for the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for April 29th, 2025. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Director Mack,
Here.
Director Townsend Smith,
Here.
Director Hoffman. Here. Director Irvine.
Here.
Thank you.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions, deletions, amendments to the agenda?
Staff has none.
Board has none. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Public comment, any person may address the board at this time upon any subject not identified on this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Rainbow Municipal Water District. However, any matters that requires action will be referred to the staff for a report and action at a subsequent board meeting. As to matters on the agenda, if a request to make a public comment is received, an opportunity will be given to address the board when that matter is considered. I have one request for item number 14, which will defer until that item comes up. Are there any additional requests from the?
President Hamilton,
no.
that also includes item number 6, the first public comment. Mr. Urquhart requested to speak on number 6 and number 4.
Oh, I apologize. It does say number 6.
We have no members of the public.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I decided to break it up a little bit, so consider these kind of my introductory comments to the item in under 14 that I'd like to address. It's on your agenda in a little more detail. For the,
Thank you. For the new board members, Lisa, I just got to meet you, and Mr. Mack or Irvine. I'd like to, introduce myself. I'm a second generation farmer in the Rainbow Water District. My son represents the third generation currently farming in the Rainbow Water District, and he's raising, but I hope to be the fourth farmer in the Rainbow Water District. Obviously, we have been concerned about the program and the cost of water in Rainbow Water District. And I forgot to hand this out to Therese, but perhaps I can hand it to you all. This was the prelude to your town center meeting or town hall meeting regarding the detachment from the San Diego County Water Authority. And if you go inside, I just provided a few excerpts and some highlights, but it basically speaks predominantly about the loss of agriculture. The second page talks about the massive loss of agricultural acreage if there's not a detachment. So clearly the importance of agriculture to this district and to this community in this area was material and on your minds back in 2023. And there were a number of farmers like myself and Rick Carey here and others that fought hard during the San Diego County Water Authority hearings and the LAFCO hearings to get the detachment. And we were doing that predominantly not only to help the district, but also to save our farms. And what we expected was rate water relief in the event that the detachment was approved. What we didn't know, at least I didn't know, is at the same time, concurrently behind the scenes, the prior administration for Rainbow Water District was conducting a rate study using an outside urban consultant to look at the rates and adjust the rates that were currently being charged in the district, using a distribution type analysis as the baseline for their recommendations. As part and parcel of that, rather than getting rate relief when the detachment was finally approved, we found in the agricultural community, we got rate increases. And we got rate increases based on that study. Some of you or maybe have read the study, maybe others have not, but I would recommend to read it in detail. I have. And I will tell you that many of the assumptions are not based on proportionality, based on the capacity, and they are disproportionately impacting agriculture. And it needs to be resolved. This can't be kicked down the road. I know that the district is rightfully touting the fact that by the detachment, we have saved this district from perhaps even more draconian rate increases with the county water authority. But that joy isn't being shared by your agricultural community. The rates that we had back in the 2022, 23, and 24 are unsustainable. And this issue needs to be addressed if you want to maintain your agriculture in this area. I'll provide more specific information when the later agenda item comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further comments or requests. Item number 7, employee recognitions.
Yes, we've got a couple today. It's been a little while since we've had one of these, but a couple of nice anniversary milestones. And I'm going to start with Freddie Espino, who is our IT specialist, and a lot more than just that. We have a very small IT group that also includes electrical services, but both Ahmed and Freddie bring a lot more to the table. I mean, they're great with IT, which has a demand of its own, right? We all leverage technology and computers and everything, and these guys keep us up and running. I'll give you a great example. If you remember back when we had the CrowdStrike incident where airlines were down, and well, that impacted us too. We had the blue screen of death, and Freddie was here. I believe it was on a Friday. It was on a Friday. Yeah. And he was here, and he had us all back up. If you remember, you had to go device by device and bring those things back up. But again, expertise and just dedication to making sure everybody has what they need. These guys are such a great support group, and Freddie's just a core to that. But had us back up, I think in record time. I think we were up just about before anybody else. Yeah, just a couple hours to get everybody back up and running. But Yeah, these guys are experts in IT, experts in cybersecurity. They've taken on programming, so updating our SCADA systems. It goes way beyond IT, and both Ahmed and Freddie, they kind of have this unique dedication to the district where it's just the teamwork, always great attitude. They'd bring it with them every single day, even though their job can be, I know, tedious and difficult at times. So, so come on up, Freddie. Freddie's been here 5 years, so 5-year award.
Doesn't seem like it's been that long.
And the next one, this is a big one. 25 years for Thomas. Thomas, help me with your last name. Shunnison. Okay, Thomas Shunnison, but been with the district 25 years and really has been an asset across the district. He's been a utility worker. Now he's our locator, so our utilities locator, and he gets hundreds and hundreds of requests for utility locates every single month, but make sure our facilities stay protected. He helps our own construction group, making sure we're not hitting anything else, gas lines, fiber optic, those kind of things. But really the amount of work orders that come through a team of one is outstanding. And so, but anyways, I think 25 years just speaks to a different level of dedication to a place. And those kind of people, I mean, you've been here 25 years. You know where all the skeletons are, right? You know all the valves that are buried, all it's just irreplaceable. So Thomas, thank you so much for all those years of dedication, and come on up. We got a bigger plaque than Freddie.
Committee meeting summaries, Budget and Finance Committee.
Mr. President, members of the board, the Budget and Finance Committee met on Tuesday, April the 15th. Director Hamilton, you were there, as I recall. The primary topic at that meeting is something you're going to hear about today, which was about preparation for next year's fiscal year budget. Okay. And I'm not sure what you're going to hear today, but what we heard at the committee was an outstanding presentation by the staff. Constantine and Jake, and gave us a great deal of insight into what the issues were for the budget and the approach that they want to take. And you'll hear more on that at today's meeting. You want me to go ahead to the other one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Engineering and operations.
Engineering and operations met on Tuesday, April the 1st. We only had one real item on the agenda of any import. We did get a very good update from Jake on the crop swap program and also on the status of water in the state of California. And both of those were very, very interesting. The item on your agenda today, 12A, reallocation of funds for as needed agreements, was reviewed, and the committee recommended that you, the board, adopt the staff recommendation for that item. Next time, we're going to be looking at some civil engineering projects. We're going to be continuing to look at information that Jake is bringing us about the proposed water shutdown, the aqueduct shutdown, which is going to affect the district pretty substantially, but preparations are underway from what we heard to make it pretty much as seamless to the customer as it possibly can be. So it looks like that's, I think, well in hand, and there'll be more on that. We're going to be hearing about some grant opportunities to help fund pump station work here in the district. There are some pump stations that need some help, some emergency generators, et cetera. And so we're looking for grants for that. And so those are the key items that we'll be expecting to take up at the next meeting. And of course, for the Budget and Finance Committee, we had a next meeting next week. So we'll be taking that on in great detail. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Communication and Customer Service Committee.
Yes, we met on Tuesday, April 22nd and discussed the following the following topics, including a very robust community events update. So bear with me as I move through here. Hey, we gave the committee an update on our strategic communications plan and implementation. So we phased it out by quarters, starting with our current quarter, quarter 4. We've already started a lot of the assignments within the document. So we're just giving an update there on the foundation internal alignment. Moving on to next quarter, we'll go through the target audience engagement. Towards the end of this, we'll go to quarter 2 and do the measurement and roll out with all of our toolbox, our kits, our collateral information. And then phase 4 will be at the beginning of next year. Well, we will go over all of our successes, areas to improve, and then make adjustments as necessary. This is going to be a project that we give quarterly updates to our committees so they will know where we stand, if we need to go back, review some items, add an additional items based on the needs of our customers. And beginning this month, okay, so the spring events calendar was jam-packed with an abundance of community outreach events stretching from March to June. We've been running nonstop. So March was focused on career fairs. We were at Vallecito's school in March, along with Bonsall Community Spring Job Fair. This was the first event brought on by the Bonsall Unified School District. We got to engage with students, community members, network a little bit with other farmers, other community businesses. It was a great event, really one-on-one meaningful conversations with students about future careers in the water industry. And then Avocado Festival. So if you did not join us or pass through there, this is a recap. We have some photos here on the left. The Avocado Festival brought in 3,900 in total event supplies. That includes our promotional items, our fees associated with the booth, any chamber event costs. We also have collateral that was printed, banners, all of that was within that 3,900 estimate there. It is significantly less than last year because we decided to do some changes in the booth. The booth consisted of like our collateral items here in the middle photo there. And at the bottom, you'll see a spin to win wheel. We also had a cornhole game that was interactive with our customers coming by and guests where they got to learn a little bit about what not to flush down the drain. So the community outreach there helped reduce the number of items that we gave out to spectators. We had the launch of our high school volunteer program, which brought in 5 high school volunteers. 3 of them were staff students, and then another 2 were Bonsall Unified School District students. So we had 15 hours of volunteer time for volunteers, 30 staff hours. We switched it up to 3-hour shifts. Jake was so kind to come in the morning with me, and we set up from early morning hours all the way through mid-morning. There were 55 hours in event planning. So that's all of our prep design beforehand. We had 900 plus booth visitors, and then we gave away over 1,000 promotional items. And coming up this weekend, we have the Wildfire Symposium. If you are able, please join us for that event. It's a free event from 9 to 12 at Fallbrook High School. We'll be presenting briefly there, but there will be opportunity for guests to come by and speak with staff after the event. In May, we have next week, we're starting off our joint effort with the City of Oceanside to have students tour the San Luis Rey wastewater treatment plant. So we'll have an event for middle schoolers next Wednesday, and then another event in mid-May for sophomores who are chemistry students at Bonsall High School. And then last but not least, we have the June San Diego Blood Bank Drive. It's a mobile unit that would be parked out in the parking lot. We have flyers currently posted on the website, the Chamber of Commerce for Fallbrook and Bonsall, as well as the Fallbrook Health District. So please do sign up. We have a link on our homepage for that event, and everyone who donates will receive a free Padres t-shirt. The newsletter was focused on Earth Day with information on ways that we can make small changes with a big impact. We have information on how to recycle, chipping day, water smart rebate, and then virtual workshops available through MET. The Wildfire Symposium was once again promoted there. Construction notice that's going on right now, work in our area for the San Diego County Water Authority Pipeline 5 relining. We have a few notes here from our customer service team to help customers understand, please don't open mail that's not addressed directly to you, and how to spot a Rainbow Water employee with their logo, all of our trucks. We just want to give those reminders because there are some utility scams out in our community. And Village News picked up a few of our highlights from various board meetings. Our mutual services agreement with 4 other agencies, the Dexter Wilson Gopher Pump Station approval, and then CIP project plan. And our legislative communications update. Jake and I met with Congressman Ice's office on March 27th to review some of our projects that we're going to submit for grant approval for the community project funding. 3 of those are listed here: our Gomez Tank Healy hydrant, standby generator, and pipeline upgrades for water flow requirements. And that concludes our committee update. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Mack.
Couple things. I'd like to say that was really cool. It's the first time I ever saw high schoolers aid, because I stopped by for about an hour. My question is, how come we didn't have, this is the first time I've never seen, we didn't have the meter set up. Why was that?
That item is
always said that.
very difficult to transport. The team member that was helping us previously retired. However, we decided to pivot because not many people ask about that. It becomes a trip hazard inside of the booth, so reduce the amount of traffic flowing through. People just would stop at one area or not come through. So we decided to incorporate a game to reduce the amount of promotional items that we give away. So that helped us dramatically decrease our budget expense for this event.
And also we replaced, so what we did, instead of the meter education, we did a banner that kind of shows kind of a map of
Where your
the
water
water
comes.
system and where the water comes from. And that kind of something that's seems to be more relevant for everybody.
Then just a suggestion, then what about if you take a photo of it so they don't have the weight and then display that? Because I do really believe talking to some ratepayers, I mean, they really are confused, backflow, meter size. And I just think that would be a good display. I mean, now you don't have to wait, but at least you have a diagram. If you have any questions, then you can at least point to it.
Yeah.
That's an idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely something we're working on with our meters team on future videos and then infographics to help kind of decrease the number of calls that we have relating to that topic.
Oh, was another thing. Then I didn't see what you had the previous year, which I thought was pretty cool. You didn't have the automated thing where ratepayers were asking questions. How come we didn't do that?
So
Survey?
we did have the survey. We just, the kiosk is really heavy and hard to transport with the iPad, and there's always the risk that someone will try to steal it or something. So we did have the survey, but it was accessible through a QR code in the booth. So there were
Oh,
QR
okay.
codes in a couple of different places. So we got about 25 responses.
We did. We had an increase from last year. I think it was a 30% increase in the number of surveys we received. And a lot of that was thanks in part to our high school volunteers who really tried to push, if you're a customer, please scan. And then that left us more opportunity to speak one-on-one with our customers. So we had some really great conversations to explain bill payments, why is our bill so high? So streamlining that process helped a lot because otherwise we would have been focused on directing the customer to do the survey.
Then one other last thing, or maybe not. What do you think? Also, we have another picture diagram where you would have the directors' names and maybe contact information. If someone's like, I live here, then people would then know, oh, I need this gentleman or this lady represents me. This is another idea. Maybe I think that might be helpful.
Yeah, like an overall district map, and then also have a flyer where they can find that same information.
Yeah, because I know I talked to 1 or 2 people and they're like, they weren't really sure who representative is. And so I think it'd be kind of nice if we did have like a district map and shows maybe different colors, that this director has this, and then, I mean, it might help some people out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have something similar inside of the budget book and then on our website. So that will be a quick fix there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Consent calendar, approval of the March 25th, 2025 regular board meeting minutes. Are there any changes or modifications or corrections to the minutes?
I so move that we accept the minutes from the March 25th meeting.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item number 10. In accordance with GC Section 3502.3, Assembly Bill 2561, a public agency must once per fiscal year present the status of vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts at a public hearing before the adoption of an annual budget. The public hearing regarding vacancy rates at each bargaining unit in accordance with AB 2561 and annual staffing analysis is now open. I'll ask staff to present the district's report.
Thank you. So there's really two parts to what I'm going to present at this hearing. There's the vacancy rate reporting, which is required by the new statute that was effective January 1st. So for that portion, I'll talk about, our recruitment tools and sources, recruiting successes and challenges, as well as the actual vacancy rates. And then I'll roll into the annual staffing analysis that I generally report to the board before our budget as part of our normal process. So I'll review kind of our turnover rates, who's leaving and why, demographics, overtime trends, retirement eligibility, succession planning, and then our recommendations for the next budget cycle. So for those of you unfamiliar, AB 2561 is a new statute that amends the MMBA to require all public agencies to do a hearing to report what our vacancy rates are for each bargaining unit that's represented. And if there are any bargaining units that have higher than a 20% vacancy rate, then there's additional reporting requirements. None of ours met that criteria, but it's data that's fairly easy to provide. So I'm essentially providing it anyway. It also requires us to give our bargaining units the opportunity to present to the board if desired. REA initially thought they might, but the president is currently doing our interconnect today. And so he said, he trusts us to present accurate data to the board, and he'll bow out of that. So our vacancy rates I'm reporting a snapshot as of December 31st of 2024, but also year long. So district-wide, our vacancy rate was 2%. A couple of bargaining units had 0, and there was one opening in the exempt group, which is a very small group. So that one opening was 8%. But year long, our highest vacancy rate that we had district-wide for the year was in July. That was 10%. That was in large part because we happened to have a retirement and 4 new positions that the board had approved, including a couple of internships at that time. So, new budget cycle, newly approved positions that created a lot of vacancies right at the same time. And then we also had a couple of resignations that month. So that was our peak rate. Our voluntary resignation rate is 11%. Our average time to fill a vacancy was 36 days, which is actually quite fast for public agencies. But our total days that we had a vacant position was 470 days. So that's about 1.25 employees worth that we had a vacancy or an unfilled position. So our current vacancies, we are very sad to report that our construction meter supervisor, Isa Lagunas, has given notice. His last day will be next week. He got a really great opportunity to move up in his career, be an operations manager at another local agency. So we're happy for him, a little bit sad for us. So that will create a vacancy for construction and meter supervisor. We also very sadly had an employee pass away who was a very experienced crew leader, who'd really mentored a lot of the current staff. And so we're feeling that loss in our construction team. So we have, one utility worker to backfill a promotion that we'll do an internal move up to backfill that construction lead, one to backfill someone that was selected as an internal transfer to valve maintenance due to a retirement of another long-term employee on our valve maintenance team. And then an additional one will be possible soon if an internal candidate is selected for the construction supervisor position. So those are our current and prospective vacancies. This is a high-level overview of our general recruitment and selection process. So we post a job. Some of them are faster than others. We try to post them for at least 2 weekends worth, but sometimes we do close them after about 10 days, especially if we have a higher volume of applicants. We'll leave them open longer if it's a harder to fill position, like the engineer position that we had open last year. And then we have a screening process. We give some assessments to make sure they have, mechanical aptitude if it's a field position, Excel for, finance, whatever assessments are relevant, our interview process, and then, we come up with who we're going to offer the position. So that funnel, these are last year's numbers for 2024. We had almost 36,000 views of our job posts. That resulted in a little over 1,000 applicants. About 30% of those were invited to take the assessments. And then we conducted 108 interviews, and that resulted in 13 hires for the year. So for every one employee we hire, we essentially have to get our job post seen by 2,700 people. So that is one of the challenges that we have, is doesn't come free. It requires a lot of effort and advertising. So the recruitment tools that we use, and then the application sources that result in those applicants, are Indeed, which is a job aggregator that's very popular, governmentjobs.com, which is integrated with NeoGov, which is our applicant tracking system, LinkedIn, our own careers pages, employee referrals, and then just a combination of several others that are smaller portions. The sources of applicants that result in the highest amount of hires are our careers pages and employee referrals. So only 4% of our applicants came from employee referrals, but there were 16% of the people that we hired. So they know, our staff tends to know, what the job requires, who they would recommend. They don't want to work next to somebody that's not going to be a good fit. So they generally refer good candidates. And one new thing, this is part of how we achieved an average time to fill of 36 days. We started doing this last year when we had that 10% vacancy in July. We have started doing reverse interviews. So this is when we have a large volume of applicants who have met our initial screening. They have passed that assessment phase of our screening process. And we really have more applicants than we can efficiently interview, 20 or so applicants that really look qualified enough. We're fortunate to have pretty strong competitive applicant pools. So we started doing these reverse interviews last year, and it was really effective in identifying multiple candidates very quickly. So they got to meet the whole construction crew. We also did this for wastewater. We also did it for the IT intern. So staff gets to see how they interact. They ask staff questions that they're curious about the district. And it's a really effective way for us to narrow down those 20 to who do we want to spend more time with? Who do we want to learn more about? And from this one that is in this photo, 3 of those applicants now work for us on our construction crew. So we got multiple great team members from one event. And we do have openings now for our construction utility worker positions, and we're going to do another one on Thursday of this week. So it's an invitation only event, but we really do a great job of getting people interested in working in the water industry, whether it ends up being for us or for someone else. And some of those candidates we ended up hiring, we didn't hire in the first round because we didn't have 3 openings. But when we had a next one, we already knew who the qualified candidates were that we were interested in. So that's one success that we had that's been really effective. Some of our challenges, our turnover has historically kind of had an inverse relationship to the unemployment rate. But some of the challenges we've had is the quantity of applicants has decreased over the past 5 years. So it's gone from 100 applicants per job posting to 82 over the past 5 years. Our conversion rate was 16% 5 years ago. That's a contributing factor was unemployment was much higher. So the number of people that we had to get our job posts in front of was much lower then in order to get a good pool of qualified applicants. So now, we only needed 8,000 views for 14 jobs in 2020, and we had 38,000 views to fill 13 jobs last year. We also have a lower ratio of qualified applicants. So we have a lot of interest from entry-level candidates, which is fine for some of our roles, but not ideal for other roles. Like when we had the engineer opening last year, we really only had fewer than 10% that were really minimally qualified for that position. And so that was a really challenging role that we ended up deciding not to fill. So the challenge for us isn't filling roles as much as the frequency of roles that we need to fill, because our turnover, as you can see, has gone from 14%. Our 30-year average is 13%, but the last few years it's crept up 20%, 17%. And what we're seeing with that is it's the voluntary quit rate. So our voluntary quit rate is high, but not the highest. This is this graph that you see was produced by another neighboring water agency that did a survey of agencies in the area, of 11 local agencies. And so the average quit rate at other agencies is between 5 and 8%. And we've averaged between 5 and 10% in the same amount of time, but we have been higher the past 4 years. So we're agency D on the chart. So that's kind of the lighter blue line. So we're not the highest, but we're within the top, 2 to 3 agencies in terms of quit rate. So why does this matter to us? That our new normal quit rate seems to be between 9 to 10%. It costs money. So we're spending about $250,000 a year, is my best estimate on turnover costs. So this includes the really easy to measure costs like advertising costs, which right off the bat's about $30,000. But it's also the staff time to screen, interview, onboard, lost productivity, interim help, when we have a vacancy, and then faster wage escalations, because we're hiring someone qualified, then often they demand a higher offer than what the departing person might have made. So it does. It's a very costly condition that we're facing. So when I looked at, okay, who is actually making up this population that's leaving? Why does this seem to be a new normal? So there's 2 departments that have been impacted more than others. That's both the finance department and the construction department. Millennials make up 69% of all of the voluntary resignations, and Gen Z is another 12%, which is probably a couple of people. And then, Gen X is about 20%. So it is disproportionately higher for the younger generations than it is for the older generations. And what's interesting is by tenure band, we're losing people within that 1 to 2 years. And the longer they're with us, the more likely it is that they're going to continue to stay with us. So we do in-depth exit interviews when someone leaves. So we went through all of our notes from our exit interviews to try to figure out why is this changing? Why is this evolution happening that we didn't really seem to have before, especially because we have very positive survey results. We've been a top workplace 4 years in a row. And when they leave, they don't generally, there was, one or two people who said culture was a factor, but that's generally not the primary reason they're leaving. So the feedback that we get, all reasons for leaving is on the left. That includes our retirements, but also there could be multiple reasons, right? So someone might have been retiring, but it was accelerated because of a family situation or they needed to move out of state. The ones on the right were the reasons stated in exit interviews for the reason that they resigned from the district. So career advancement and higher pay, those two combined make up almost half of the resignations. Commute was another 14%, and then everything else was much more smaller, kind of one-off types of situations. And when you look at the demographics of how our workforce has evolved over the past 4 years, along with what research shows us about what each demographic values in the workplace, it really does help explain the phenomenon that we're seeing with our quit rates and the reasons that they're stating, even though a lot of the people, especially in our construction department, it's one of the departments they're very close. They have a great culture. They have a great supervisor that they all seem to have a lot of confidence in. But as we see the orange are the boomers, or Generation Jones, which is the younger boomers. As they retire, they're replaced with younger workers, millennials. And so, and even Gen Z or Gen X is starting to get at the cusp of retirement readiness as well. So, our demographics in the workforce are changing, and ours are changing faster than the general population because as a CalPERS agency, our employees are eligible for retirement earlier. So whereas in the US workforce, 15% of boomers are still working, at our district, we have one. We have one employee that's a boomer that's still working. Everyone else is Gen X or younger. So what's significant is research according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, older workers are the group that tends to stay 10 years or longer. The younger workers have a median tenure of 2.7 years. So, and they have different expectations of work in order to be able to stay, to retain them. So those younger generations are 60% of our workforce, but they account for 81% of our voluntary turnover. So they have different expectations of work. And this is by no means a diss or on them. These are we
don't know what diss means.
Millennials over the past 20 years have gotten a lot of negative publicity, but they are really great employees for us. They are really go-getters. They're eager to learn. They show initiative. They're very high-performing employees for us, but they do have different expectations than older generations in the workforce. Career development, 72% of millennials prioritize career development and growth compared to 64% of Gen X and 52% of boomers. And that aligns with the fact that 50% of our resignations cited advancement opportunities and pay as factors in them leaving. And because we're a very small agency, our flat organizational structure really limits promotional pathways in a way that you wouldn't necessarily see at larger agencies. They also expect work to be meaningful. They can get bored without a sense of purpose or feeling like they're constantly learning. And our training budgets are much smaller than they used to be pre-COVID. We haven't really gotten back up to the level that we were at before. And they also expect a lot more work-life balance than previous generations. I'll talk in the next couple of slides about our overtime trends, which I know the board has seen that report for several years. They continue to be high. And in terms of flexibility, remote work kind of was forced into the norm because of COVID. We were one of the first agencies to kind of make that a permanent policy back in 2021. At that time, it was still kind of a competitive advantage. But now 74% of agencies in our area, this is based on a survey that Eastern conducted, offer an average of 8 remote days per month for the positions that can be work remote. So now it's not just expected by the workforce, but it's the norm amongst employers. So rather than being an advantage for us, it's just expected, and it would be a disadvantage if we didn't have it. So overtime trends by department. So we continue to be high in 2024. We spend about $500,000 a year on overtime. Construction was higher again last year because of a lot of mainline breaks. We were somewhat stable this fiscal year until January hit and we had the fires, and we had some really complicated main breaks. System operations remains high because of some work that they have to do at Morrow. But we have some new IT improvements that are going to help us mitigate that in future years to automate some of the monitoring and dosing that they are going to be able to do. So on a per employee basis, we've got several departments that, the average is over 100, over 200, or even over 400 hours per employee. So wastewater shows that it's the highest, but that's actually shared. We have a small wastewater team. There's only 3 hourly employees, but that's shared among employees from other departments that help out. They have some night work that is, mostly overtime and other things that come up. So other departments help them out with that. But system operations, that is their group of 4 hourly employees working that much overtime. And construction goes up and down depending on leaks. So my chart stops at 2024 because 2025 is incomplete. But for fiscal 2025 that started in July, we had 1,000 hours of overtime in January alone. Again, that's the wildfires, some really complex leaks. And then for fiscal year to date, we've spent over 560,000 in overtime. So this does impact the burnout for a lot of these positions. So retirement eligibility and high priority positions for staffing continuity. I look every year at what positions are likely to leave. I have a fancy spreadsheet that uses retirement eligibility, whether it's a single, like a department of one, single incumbent position, whether they have specialized knowledge, how hard is it to replace them if they were to leave? How hard is it to retain them? Is it a position that we see a lot of turnover, like in the construction utility workers? Do we know that there's a risk of attrition because we've heard that someone's out there looking? And then, are they in a key position at the district? So the total number of retirement eligible employees has actually decreased to about 30%. But we do still have some high priority positions that we need to make a plan for learning and development, knowledge transfer, and we need to find a way to retain those younger workers long enough so that when we invest in that knowledge transfer, they're still here when that person retires, so that we can keep them long enough to meet that. So the challenges that we've had with the staffing continuity or the succession planning is that as boomers and Gen X retires, we need younger generations to fill that knowledge gap. And we're not meeting their learning and advancement desires fast enough to retain them long enough until that person retires. They're not willing to wait until there's a retirement that happens. So what do we do about it? Well, I mean, if we do nothing, then what's likely to happen is we'll continue to spend $250,000 a year on turnover. We can expect our quit rates to continue to go up as those younger generations make up more and more of our workforce. So if it's, 10% now, we could expect it to go as high as 26%. And that's based on the generational demographics and the median tenure from the Bureau of Labor Statistics report. So if that were to happen, our turnover costs could easily be $500,000 a year. So these are the recommendations for what what we could do about it. So for this fiscal year, focusing on training development, increasing our budget for workforce development for next year. I already have proposed that in the budget that Constantine presented to the Budget and Finance Committee last week. And this is just one step towards bringing us back to our pre-COVID levels, bringing back some of the computer training and some specific themes that our staff has asked for. And then create written development plans for all employees. So everyone is more aware of what direction we want to invest in their development. And for staffing, one is we can be a little bit more flat, especially in certain positions. So creating a couple more lead positions as promotional pathways between the team member and the supervisor level, creating a promotional pathway for the customer service supervisor. So he can actually oversee the meters department since Isa is leaving. That gives us an opportunity to create a development pathway for someone else. And solve the problem of the meters and construction supervisor leaving. We also have Amanda as our communications analyst. And she's been part-time since she started, but really the volume of work we're seeing is that it's more than full-time. All the events are Saturday events, and it takes about a third of her time just to produce the newsletter every month. And then we've been putting in the budget some outsourced professional services, graphic design, or other consulting services that we haven't used because she has the skill set to do it herself. So we're really looking at shifting from some of those other services to using her as an in-house resource. And then we want to convert our IT intern to a part-time regular position. So it would continue to be a part-time position, but once they're not a student anymore, they don't qualify to be an intern. And then we do need assistance in the garage. That's one of the positions that is a higher priority position for succession planning. It's a department of one. It's technical. It's hard to recruit for. And we need to, and there's and they have high overtime in the garage. So adding that. So the net budget impact for the staffing changes would be about $74,000. Long-term, we want to work on creating more leadership development program for staff at all levels, fund training for staff based on the individual development plans, take a really good look at our organizational structure and work with our bargaining units to see if we can create more smaller milestones. We actually had one of our employees that we're still in touch with from our construction team, who's, I think he just got a job at Eastern in their treatment plant, but he said, you got to give a mouse a cookie. And so when he was leaving, he saw that there were opportunities, but it was just taking too long. He's like, it wouldn't have taken much, but rather than wait for the annual review to get a certain percentage, if you give it to us in little bits as we get one cert and then the next cert or something like that. So evaluating that is something that I want to do long-term and see if we can just spend similar budget numbers in a more strategic way in order to kind of help them see those advancement opportunities. And then working with bargaining units to look at creative scheduling options to help address some of the burnout and overtime, continue to seek technology solutions to address workload and overtime. And then, of course, funding pipeline replacement projects will help mitigate the frequency and severity of the leaks and other things that contribute to overtime. So that's the staff presentation.
Thank you, Carleen. At this time, the floor is open for comments from the public, and everyone will be given an opportunity to be heard. All comments should be limited to 3 minutes in length. Please speak slowly and clearly in order for us to reflect your comments correctly in the meeting minutes. Are there any comments or questions? All persons attending the meeting on site and remotely can indicate their wish to speak now. We have none remotely.
We have one member of the public online.
Online?
Yes.
Do they wish to speak?
They do not.
Oh, they haven't requested to speak though.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. To the board secretary, are there any written materials or comments that have been submitted to anyone that wishes to submit without speaking? Does staff wish to respond to any subjects raised by any speaker or make any additional statements?
Nothing more from us.
At this time, any board member may ask any questions or of any speaker or staff.
I have a couple of questions. I believe what you brought up is kind of the norm. When we went to the I think it was the last conference I went, it was put on by staffing of HR, and what you're saying is very similar in other agencies, that they brought up that today's generation are younger and they're more how do I say it? They said in the older generation, when they got a job, they were more willing to like make that a career. They said the new generation is more of a stepping stone. They're constantly looking to move up. That was just the norm. And they brought up, it's again, they were complaining throughout the industry that because of retirement and everything else, the turnover rate. So I'm not really worried about what you're saying, because it just seems from when I went to that HR class that that's kind of the norm right now.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with structural changes in the economy and in our retirement systems. It used to be agencies could choose to be more competitive by having a more competitive CalPERS formula. Since PEPRA in 2013, we all have the same formulas. So it's very easily portable from agency to agency. Also, employers, particularly in the private sector, haven't been particularly loyal to their employees. You know, they have layoffs and so that's kind of created a mentality for many people of all generations, but in particular the younger ones, the millennials who graduated college right at the peak of a recession and faced a very challenging work environment. Was, if they're not going to be loyal to me, why should I be loyal for them? And unfortunately, they had to leave in order to find opportunities in many places. So if employers want to stop that, we do have an opportunity to try to offer them that advancement they're looking for without having to leave. So,
yeah, that was the point I was going to make is that, if you accept the fact you're going to have turnover, the question is can you create an environment where there's opportunities for advancement or perceived advancement that will increase your retention rate by a year or two, and then your cost for retention goes down.
right. And what we've seen with a lot of people, the older millennials that we've hired, the ones that have stayed at one employer for a long time, weren't in the same role. So they stayed for 15 years because they were continuously offered a new opportunity to learn something new and feel like they were continuing to grow their career.
On the technical side, on your 35,000 views per posting, do you know if your source filters out bots? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of trolling
yeah.
services that go out and look at postings, and those record as hits. And I've seen this on my own website that bots essentially account for as much as 30% of the perceived hit rate on your site.
It does tell me the source of the views. So I can run reports that tell me, so I showed you the graph of where the applications come from. I didn't show you the graph of where the views come from.
Okay.
So I can see how many came from Indeed. So I can dial down on what is our conversion rate for each website we advertise at. But it can be a little bit misleading, because if they see our post somewhere and then they go to our directly to our website and our careers page and pull it up that way, it's going to show that that came from our careers page rather than if they saw it on Indeed or LinkedIn or something like that.
And it's hard to filter out, the trolling bots too. So if you know that it's in there, then we know that 35,000 is probably a high number, that it's maybe as much as 2/3 of that.
Well, if that includes bots, then the number 5 years ago probably also did, which was 8,000. So
There's many bots 5 years ago. Anyway, the technical doesn't have any particular relevance other than understanding your hit rates. There being no further testimony, I'll close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Is there any further discussion by the board members? Is there any further recommendations or comments from staff? I'll now close the testimony of the portion of the public hearing. It is now time for the board members to discuss this matter and consider taking action. Do I have a motion? Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director
I
Hamilton.
think you need to state what the action is.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, what
there's
is the
two
action?
options on the staff report. So option one is to receive and file the report and approve the recommended staffing changes.
Thank you.
And option two is to receive and file without approving the
Yeah.
changes.
You're moving on option one?
Was this gentleman the fine?
Huh?
Either one.
Oh, I thought it was Mac that said it. Stand corrected. Director Irvine actually moved to accept option one, and Director Hamilton is seconding that. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This concludes the public hearing on this matter. Crop swap program.
Yes, and I think Amanda's got a couple of slides for you. Quarterly, we like to bring you a little bit more of a robust update on where we're at with crop swap. I try to keep you pretty well updated, but Amanda's got some new information she'll share with you.
Yeah, we're hitting exactly 1 year since our launch. So today we're at our 1 year mark. So the crop stock program was dedicated to promoting sustainable and efficient ag practices. We teamed up with Rancho Water along with FPUD, City of Oceanside, Valley Center, and City of Escondido. We started this journey the end of May, beginning of June 2023. And we started a marketing campaign aimed at our PSAR and ag customers and developed newsletter articles, compiled an interest list, sent direct mail postcards, letters, and emails to inform our customers of the entire process and when it would launch. We launched 1 year ago with a large interest. We had calls coming in, we had emails being received, and it was not expected by Rancho Water that it would be such a success and we would go through the funds in such a short period of time. So we were awarded $200K in project funding within the first 2 months. We had already surpassed that point, and we started to dip into the group regional funding pool. We awarded over 1 million in the first 8 months of the program, where Rancho Water kind of told us to pull back on our marketing efforts because we needed to give other agencies an opportunity. And also we kind of maxed out on our amount that we were allocating. We led with the most amount of grant apps, and Division 1 was actually our highest concentration of applicants. We have a total of 89 applications received to date. 42 of those projects have been approved. 16 are in that limbo pre-inspection waitlist area, and 23 projects have been completed and paid to date, totaling at $352,750. And applications by project type. So the different project types are listed here. They were designed to give our growers the opportunity to select the area that they felt best fit the needs of their property. The highest concentration was, of course, avocado rootstock. We have crop conversion leading and avocado rejuvenation. So the rebates ranged anywhere from $100 an acre with using the crop covers up to $4,500 an acre for crop rejuvenation. Any questions with this?
I think the rootstock was higher than that too. It was 9,000 an acre. So we had several that maxed out at 50,000. 50,000 was the max per project, and we've had multiple that have already been done that are at that level too.
We did, and what was great about this program is we had customers coming back to apply for different rebate types and then telling their neighbors. So within our data that we received, we noticed that there were multiple addresses that were next to each other. And that was a wonderful, grassroots effort led by our customers.
What is cover crops? What is that?
Fancy weeds.
Fancy weeds. Yeah.
Well, for alfalfa, I mean,
Not really appropriate for.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
Some of the original program, even one of the Eastern Muni Water District people, he got 200,000. So as the program, the dollars, and it was refined. And it was originally designed to increase consumption. And then the program morphed substantially when you see all these other programs. So, and it's a great program, don't get me wrong. But I wonder in all this analysis, how many of the practices are going to translate into more consumption? Because that's our solution to our problem, is to sell more water. I've looked at this in depth a couple of times, and it's more about water conservation than it is increasing consumption. So I don't want it to be misunderstood by non-farmers that the original concept of the program has morphed so much. And there were other programs, funded programs available for things like mulching and other things. And this program morphed. So I'd like to see how many dollars were committed to replanting, which would be avocado rootstock would be an example. And then you have maybe a multi-year timeline to see water consumption increase, because the young trees on a drip system for a couple of years before you get up to stable, 3 acre feet per acre use.
Yeah, I'll comment on that. And we've talked a little bit about this even from the program kickoff. And we've got 31 avocado rootstock, 11 avocado root, so that's basically stumping, and then 17 crop conversion, so that's actually converting to a lower water use crop. And it is the grant program basis is on water conservation. And so originally, and this is 8-9 years ago, the first time this ever really kind of this kind of program even was thought of. It was wholly based on really allowing avocado farmers who were struggling, admittedly, to, if you want to convert your crop, don't grow avocados anymore, convert them to wine grapes, citrus, anything that would use less water. And you're right, the program morphed over time and I think it got more creative was really what it was, where the avocado rootstock, which is exactly right, you're going to plant the smaller trees there on drip, or better than I do, but you get years of water conservation, right? 4, 5 years, 3 years, whatever that is of water conservation. That's how it actually qualifies for the grant funding, right? That's water savings, whether it's only over a period of time. It's a period of time where you have water savings. And so Rainbow knew this going in. We've talked through this where, we understand it's not going to happen in year one, right? But our aim was, don't let it go away, right? It's beneficial to us too if it doesn't go away. Beneficial to the community, beneficial to the district. We really felt, even though we may lose some water sales over a few years by advancing this program over time, it was good for everyone. And so that was really the basis behind it.
Final thought. To order a tree, a clonal rootstock, more than a year wait, which disqualified you on the rules of the program. You had to complete actions within a certain amount of time. And I brought this up early on at multiple levels, going, I can't get the trees to even plant them in time. So that was, again, a rule that the intention of the program was good, but the way it worked out, I would have ordered trees, but I had some trees that I've had to wait 2 years for. And these trees primarily come from Saticoy, Brocon Nursery, and they spend about 2 years
in an incubator, essentially. You're growing, they have to grow the original tree, then certain rootstocks and graft them. And some of these rootstocks haven't worked out. You know, there's university trials. So it's a little bit more,
Yeah,
unfortunately, more
complicated.
complicated for the one crop that's going to use the most water. And we've got kind of hung, whatever the word is when they hit your hand.
Hamstrung.
That's the one thing.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Please come to the mic so we can capture and state your name as well.
So I figured you could hear me anyway.
Not on.
But we're just completing ours. We found it really great. And we, the new rootstock, we took down trees that had been stumped in the year 2000. They were planted in 1980. So like Dwayne, we've been avocado farming for so many years and generations. We took down 500 trees and we've just finishing up the last planting of them, and the lines are, and it looks great. And it is, water saving new generation avocados. So maybe we're foolish to be doing avocados, but we know it, we like it. And we hope you guys will help us some more in other ways. And I think we just happened to come in when you suggested the program. So we were one of the first to apply. I didn't know you could apply for multiple stuff, but we've done other grants through other ways. But anyway,
Get your name in the queue. There's still some money out there.
It looks really nice. And we're hopeful that it'll produce, it takes time, but the new trees do so much better because we stumped them in these old trees in 2000, 400 trees, my husband and a worker. And the problem is when they come back, they're not always productive. So the new trees are certainly a benefit. So we appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Locked off meter charges lower, that's going. You can't make money on them.
Any other discussion or comments on the crop swap program? Action items, consider approval of the reallocation of funds for as needed agreements district-wide.
Yeah, so I'm going to cover for Chad today. He had another item of business he had to take care of, but as Flint had mentioned, this went to E&O. But in 2022 and 2023, staff did a competitive process for on-call services for services we kind of use on an ongoing basis, surveying, geotech, mostly through our engineering department, but support some operations programs and things like that too. Civil engineering services, environmental services. So again, things that are recurring. So there was a competitive process that took place. We issued as needed contracts. So anytime work comes up, then we competitively solicit that among our as needed contracts. So they're already under contract. It's really a way just to be more efficient with our contracting, especially for smaller stuff. You've seen where we have bigger design projects and things like that, we'll actually go out and solicit a larger group. But for smaller things, we kind of did this pre-qualification and allows us to issue contracts and get work done fast and more efficiently without wasting a lot of staff time. Really, staff and consultant time. Another issue you run into in a lot of these things is if you do have a small project, it's hard to sometimes to even gain interest, especially when consultants are very busy, whether it's design consultant or surveying or whatever it is. And so this kind of ensures you can always get that work done and really the most efficient way possible. From time to time, we rebalance these accounts depending on kind of what we've been using and that kind of thing. And that's what's before you today. Some of the things that we use more often, or at least over the most recent period of time, some of the surveying services and construction management and inspection services, those kind of things. And there's certain things we haven't used very much of, the civil engineering services. And this was actually something that Flint brought up. We hadn't used a lot of them. And so that would be a good way to kind of rebalance. So no budget impacts, you're just rebalancing where the need is. So in the staff report, there's a table that proposes the rebalancing. It all zeroes out. So basically where we're taking away, we're adding to some other contracts. But net impact is zero. So that's what's before you today. We're asking for approval to rebalance these contracts as shown in the staff report.
Any questions or discussion? Is there a motion?
I so move that we do the rebalancing.
Option 1 recommended.
Yes.
Director Mack moves option 1 and which is staff recommendation, and it was seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item B, consider agreement between Rainbow Municipal Water District and Fallbrook Public Utilities District for emergency interconnections.
Yes. Parentheses. So back in February, the board approved a mutual services agreement between Fallbrook, Rainbow, Valley Center, and UWEMA that with the intention of bringing back really items that would benefit whether it be 2 or more of the agencies. One of the things that was identified within that mutual services agreement was the possibility for interconnections. Fallbrook and Rainbow obviously share a border, a very long border. We have pipeline facilities that that also share that same border, and really there are areas in our system where it's very advantageous if we are interconnected for emergency purposes, whether it be a main break, aqueduct shutdown, which I'll talk a little bit more about coming up. And, but there's a host of items, where it could really just serve the public better if we had that interconnection. Some of them, usually one agency or the other has the hydraulic advantage. So one interconnect will typically go one way, but typically when we construct these things, we configure it as such to where it could go either way. Really what's driving this item a little bit heavier is we do have a looming shutdown. And some of you have already heard this, but Pipeline 4, which is the treated water pipeline coming from Skinner, serves 2 of our 4 Met connections, will be shut down in June, which is odd. Usually these shutdowns are scheduled for wintertime when demands are low. But the Water Authority has a emergency pipeline shutdown scheduled to repair some pipeline that they're concerned may fail. They've had some, they monitor it. You've seen some of these presentations, but they monitor their pipeline. They've seen some wire breaks, which can lead ultimately to failure. They have had at least one in their system that I know about. It was years ago, but they can fail catastrophically. So they have a lot of concern over these wire breaks. It's actually very near to us. It's just south of Doolin Road where they're going to do this repair. But they need to do it starting June 1st. It's going to be about a 20-day shutdown. So that put a little bit of sense of urgency on something we wanted to do anyways. We already had a couple of interconnections within our CIP budget. One is here. I actually think we called it the Gracie Lane interconnection before. We actually found a little bit better location, but absolutely same project. It's 2 20-inch parallel pipelines, one owned by Fallbrook, one owned by Rainbow. So we plan on constructing an interconnect there. And basically it allows us to back up, partially at least, back up our connections along Pipeline 4. Potentially could benefit Fallbrook with some water quality concerns that they've got. It's kind of the end of their system, big pipelines. So in the wintertime, potentially they could use it to help move some water through their system. So some mutual benefit there, but really for emergencies, for aqueduct shutdowns, the benefit's really to us, which is kind of driving this one. We do have other interconnects within the system that we're looking at. We're kind of evaluating the benefit that those provide. So this agreement really is structured to accommodate one or more interconnects. It really just kind of defines the billing and the process of requester and supplier and how that's done and how the water's provided, that all those kind of things you need to put in writing so everybody knows exactly how this is supposed to work. And so that's provided in the agreement. Legal has reviewed it both on our side and theirs. and provided their comments. Those were all incorporated in. Fallbrook actually approved this agreement yesterday at their board meeting. So, that's what's before you today. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. This will be the first exhibit to that mutual services agreement. So first action.
So Fallbrook has more than one source of water.
Yeah.
And one's an agreement with the federal government and over Santa Margarita water. So I've had discussions going back to LAFCO and knowing where all the plumbing is. There's no permission to export that water. So how do we distinguish? Because or does it just get commingled and this is an emergency and we're not violating a federal permit?
No,
Which I think we should amend anyway. But
yeah.
that's-
It's structured within it that it's really all import water. So we both have obviously agreements with Eastern to purchase that water. And actually part of this agreement is it actually just gets swapped on the Eastern bill. So yeah, to kind of keep the accounting square and keep the legalese square where it's just all import water that's swapped.
It seems to me we should work towards getting access to that Santa Margarita water and get that federal permit.
You should go talk to Fallbrook.
Rick, I don't think it'll happen in your mind lifetime, since it took almost a lifetime for the conjunctive use agreement to be reached. I know.
There you go.
Any other questions or discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hoffman, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Information items. Anything to report out our operations?
I was going to give just a little bit more for operations, and if you guys have questions, Robert's kind of on tap here too. But wanted to talk a little bit more about the shutdown and kind of some of the preparations that we're taking. And there is one other kind of project that we're taking on as a result of it. Again, the pipeline is the shutdown scheduled for June 1st, 21 day shutdown. And our main concern is really supply into the Palo Mesa Moro zone, which the King Ridge interconnect helps with, but there's a lot more going on there to be able to basically move water from the east side of our district into the west side, west and south. That's the area where we need to get that water. That's where the pipeline 4 typically brings a lot of water into the zone. So the interconnect is one thing. We're doing some internal system things, and we've got some kind of more things we're looking at. One other issue we've got is, if you remember, we went on an aggressive schedule to recoat interior of tanks this year. We started doing 2 a year, renegotiated the contract with our tank maintenance contractor, and 2 of the 2 tanks we're doing are Hutton, which that would be really that would not be good if that was off when that shutdown started, but it will be back online. That one's going to be done and back online. The one we're more concerned with is the Rainbow Hills, Rainbow Heights tank, which got shut down, and it had to be delayed on the front end because of the fires and an aqueduct shutdown on that side. So we delayed that until about March. And so it's going to be really dicey to get it back before June 1st, to actually have that work done before June 1st. So, and this is something that we had planned on doing again, but just kind of accelerated a little bit. It was already budgeted within Ahmed and Robert's group, but we're going to actually install a variable frequency drive, a VFD, at the pump station that feeds Rainbow Heights. Right now, they're all constant speed drives. So basically you turn the pump on and it goes slowly, but it ramps up to 100% and it just runs at 100%. A VFD allows you to ramp it down and actually, kind of, it can modulate to maintain pressure or tank levels or whatever in a zone. So we've begun that project kind of on an expedited basis, and what it could allow us to do a couple of things, but really it shores up that system, whether the tank's online or off. So if that tank's off, it provides us a lot more flexibility in how we operate. And it's just one more piece of risk we want to take out of the system leading into this June 1st shutdown. So we did start that. The other thing we want to do, we will likely start some messaging in May about just having our customers be diligent about their water use, a reminder of, hey, be conscious about water conservation. We do have a shutdown coming. Every little bit will help. Reality is our main focus is bringing enough supply so our customers don't feel this. The beauty, and I know some of you have heard this, is, we built those pump stations in the south end of the district. Obviously that allowed us to get off of the county water authority connections, but under this condition, those connections would have been gone. So without those pumps, they would have been gone anyways, right? You wouldn't have them in service. So historically, what we've had to do is put out temporary pump stations at a cost of about $500,000 to serve. I mean, you're talking a two-week period to serve that area. So we had these locations. I mean, just an absolute fiasco for our operations group. Talk about overtime and all those things that kind of went into it, filling up diesel tanks and everything else. So that's an expense we won't incur on this shutdown because we have those pump stations, and also operationally obviously provides these guys a lot more flexibility. So that investment paying off in another way, really, those pump stations. But still, I think we're going to do a little bit of messaging, just, be diligent about your water use. Just because, we will be somewhat limited in supply, even though we're doing all these things to kind of mitigate those impacts. So anything you want to add to that?
So
Yes, that's a yes.
like Jake said, these shutdowns on the aqueduct, they come every other year, it seems like. There's a little bit difference in this one. Usually they're pre-planned and they happen in the wintertime, and it may be 10 days. So flows are low. This one, because it's an emergency, is happening in June. And it's 21 days. So it's going to stretch our capacities just a little bit more than what we're used to. The biggest factor that we've been talking internally about is what's the weather going to be? If the weather's mild, we'll breeze right through it. If it's 100 degrees every single day, we're going to be working extra hard. So what do I mean by that? So when we start this shutdown, we're going to have every water storage facility we have full to the brim. Okay. And then we're going to be moving water from our existing metropolitan connections south. And it's a long ways to move water this way to kind of take up some of the demand so that our water storage facilities don't drain as fast. Then what we're going to do is have a little bit more heightened response to, let's say, a fire hydrant getting hit, water main breaks. So instead of sending maybe one guy out there to go look and see what it is, there may be 3 or 4 guys going out there as a rapid response, because we don't want to lose water unnecessarily. Hydrant gets hit, you lose hundreds of thousands of gallons. If it's a really good main break, you could lose even more. But we want to get that line locked off before we lose too much water. The pump stations, as he mentioned, that's exactly why these pump stations need to be and why we put them in. If we would have rented the rain for rent pumps, if we had not built those pump stations, I can tell you beyond a doubt, if we had to rain for rent pumps on this shutdown, we may not be able to supply enough water to our customers. The pumps don't even come close to what those existing pump stations can move as far as water goes. So just in time, it's going to work out. Happy to have those stations. The connection with FPUD is just another, how do you want to say it, like a safety factor to our already system that we have. And we have other connections with other districts, with Valsitas, Vista, Oceanside, and we've looked at those connections and talked to those folks in case we need to activate those too. But generally speaking, this isn't something that's abnormal and something that we're going crazy, like, oh no, what's going to happen? It happens. It's just having it in June. Hopefully we have June gloom.
Yeah.
The system can maintain and we can handle it. But I'm really happy that the board approved the pump stations, because I don't know what we had done if we had to do rain for rain. It wouldn't have been good. So we'll keep everybody posted. Obviously, if something goes south, you get my weekly update.
Send that one out with the red banner.
What's that?
Send that one out with a red banner.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Does anybody have any questions now?
I have one question. You mentioned the Rainbow Heights and it's gonna be right, really nip and tuck. When do you anticipate that to be done?
Well, right around the beginning of June.
Oh, God.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. So that's, I think with the project we're gonna do, and we're talking to the, you know, the contractor now and kind of coming up with the different alternatives on what we can do there. So, so again, I think we're gonna be okay, but we're kind of going belt and suspenders with these things and making sure everything's, it's a good project anyways. It's something that's gonna allow us to potentially save energy, operate more reliable, you know, those things. But yeah, it's right about that time. So
And the other thing is when we scheduled to take these tanks out of service, you like to do it during the winter time when your flows are lower. It's not an impact to the system. But the water authority told us about the shutdown. I think it was
About a
just several
month
weeks
ago.
ago.
yeah, a month,
Right? So
yeah.
we had already taken the tanks out of service. So then the phone call goes to the contractor like, hey, we have this unusual situation. We got to start buttoning things up.
Yeah.
Rapidly.
And it's not, I mean, you know, we had planned on having it down for quite a while. Regardless, again, it's just a little bit more of a operational complexity, and the risk is, again, if it gets really hot, then you find yourself in a situation where it's a little bit more difficult to move water. That's about it. So no panic, but
Question for you. I don't want to do an LA, but since the tank is dry, basically, right?
the tank itself is, yes.
Heaven forbid, what if we have a fire? Then what?
Well, I mean, that could happen at any time.
Okay.
I know, but my point being is they made a big stink about the
Yeah.
reservoir that was down in LA.
Well, right now, what we have is we have the ability to bypass that tank. So basically we're serving from a higher tank that has a lot of storage behind it. But again, in a very hot scenario or something like that, it just gets a little bit harder to move larger volumes of water. But as far as storage goes and that, we're in pretty good shape. We took it down knowingly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not Morrow, right? It's not 150 million gallons that's been out. You know, it's nothing like that. It's one of our just local distribution tanks. Yeah.
And we really changed our schedule. So from essentially July 1st to January 1st, we don't want any tanks out of service. But then somebody starts a fire on the freeway in January and it throws my whole
Yeah.
scheme out of whack.
Yeah.
But you try to assume, hey, during the hot season, we don't want any tanks out of service just to be able to meet demands and fire flow.
Thank you, Rick.
Welcome.
Engineering report.
There's tens of millions of dollars hanging in these trees right now. I got wind of this last month. I reached out to two grove managers. The lead time to get labor to harvest is measured in months. Rainbow needs to be talking to the packing houses who have a network with their field reps and mitigate the risk here. Because if this goes south, weather-wise, the losses are unbelievable. So it's time to, broadcast selectively, at least to the avocado growers. It's one thing in your house, you can't flush your toilets for 5 days. You can haul water. That's another thing when you need a 2-inch meter that needs to flow 12 hours a day. And God forbid we get a heat wave during this.
Yeah.
Because the trees are pretty thin right now in terms of leaves. So any waters like blood. I would highly recommend.
It's a good suggestion. Thank you.
The packing houses first start tomorrow.
Nothing additional on the engineering report. If there's any
Administrative services report. Any additional comments?
Nothing to add.
Finance report. Constantine, anything?
We had a productive budget meeting on April 15th, and it was our budget kickoff meeting. Then next week on Tuesday, we'll have our first joint budget workshop, and then we're planning to, thank you, have a final budget approval next month at the end of May at our board meeting. So that when you will see the full picture with all the details of what we put in for the budget. So we'll not go over it into details today, but there was some good questions asked at the finance committee about the budget, and then we're working on getting some questions and some information and details. And on the February monthly financials, we have good news. We sold close to 10,000 acre feet of water sales, which is a total budgeted for the whole fiscal year. So we'll have relatively more revenues coming in that budgeted, and our expenses will be higher. But overall, it's good that we're selling more water than budgeted. For our unrestricted cash reserves, we continue to rebuild our reserves. They're 14.4 million right now. But out of that amount, 3 million is from a loan for our exit fee that we financed. So really, I would like to see more cash coming in from operating revenues rather than from borrowing. So that's why we keep working on the rebuilding those reserves.
What do you recommend?
We will recommend, well, that's why we're working on the budget, and all the recommendations will be in the budget. We'll see some, we're also doing a rate study for how much we should be charging for water and on the wastewater side. So it all will affect our plan to rebuild reserves. So our plan is to rebuild within 5 years.
Yeah, there you go.
So I would say we are on a good track right now, and we'll have more details. I'll be able to tell you more specifically with the numbers after our next week's meeting.
Sweet.
Yes, on Tuesday.
Cool. Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, that's all from me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Reports and comments. General Manager's report.
I'll be quick, but a couple other things, and I think Therese sent that out, and we can talk about this in May if the board would like to bring it back. But there was a call for nominations for the Aqua Region 10 board. So if anyone's interested in serving on an Aqua board, that is our region. We're Region 10. So that just came out. I just saw it today, and I think there was a June deadline for application, so a couple months to ponder it, but if you're interested in getting involved, and I won't steal Michael's thunder on the upcoming spring conference, but it looks good. I'll say that it looks good.
Requirements of being on that would be.
Well, I think if you're on the board of a water district, I know that's a minimum required. There could be some others. I didn't get into the details yet on if we need a resolution or those kind of things, but we'll definitely look into that and kind of give you a little synopsis on what's required. But like I said, we just got it 2 hours ago, but
Do we know what region that, I mean, you said region, but so would that be like Orange County and everything? or-
it is parts of Orange County and
Riverside.
San Diego. Riverside, I think, is Region 9. Like,
So someone retired or what?
no, I think
The
this
normal
is, this is
cycle.
the normal cycle.
Who has that seat now? Is it?
Oh, I don't know all of them. I know Fallbrook, Jennifer DeMaio was on the Region 10 board. And there was someone from Rancho Santa Fe that was on, and then some Orange County reps. I'd have to look to get you the full list. So yeah, I'm not sure. Or if they're running again. Yeah, I don't know. So we'll get you some more information, but just want to let you know it's out there.
Okay.
And Therese did send an email out that had some of that information earlier today.
I'm sure they'll probably mention that in that thing that's coming up, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So something I gave to the Budget and Finance Committee, it's relatively small, but it's good news because I know when we were kind of going through the detachment process, there was a lot of little things that came up, right? Met wanted a deposit to do some study on the meters that we were taking over and all these things, and some budget amendments that we had to make that I know were not tremendously popular. But some of those things have actually worked out okay where, once the dust settled, everybody kind of went, I don't think we need this, or deposits that were put down that just worked that that wasn't done or it was done quicker. You know, we settled pretty quickly. So so we got a couple of refunds actually from some of the funds that we had put out. We got a refund check from LAFCO for $25,000. That was a deposit that we had given them. But again, we settled pretty quickly, so we didn't expend a lot on legal and things like that. So that's a little bit of a bonus. And then for Metropolitan, yeah, originally the idea was Metropolitan would likely take over the meters on the aqueducts 1 and 2. We provided them a deposit because they wanted to do a study to see what it would require. As it turns out, the condition that we're operating under right now is just fine. Met's fine with it, and so we're going to get $75,000-$80,000 back from that as well. So
And
you know,
who's-
something.
Will it be our meters or Mets?
It's either going to be ours or Eastern's.
Or Eastern?
Is what it's going to be, yeah. And so, but the way it's operating now works, and everybody's fine with it. So, and either whether it's us or Eastern, we're responsible for the maintenance and all that. So it really doesn't make any difference, yeah. So, so anyways, about $100,000 we coming back to the district, which is good. Costs that we thought we were going to have that we don't. Wildfire Symposium, I think Amanda already mentioned that, but that's Saturday. Robert will be given a little presentation on that as part of a larger group, but that's the fire agency, sheriff. There was a lot of interest. I know when I was at the Avocado Festival, talking to a few folks that were walking by, that was one of the kind of main topics. They were really concerned about wildfire emergencies, things like that. And so I think we're going to get quite a group that shows up to the symposium on Saturday. Again, that's May 3rd, Saturday, 9 to 12 at Fallbrook High School.
Fallbrook Fire Safety Council. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Another bit of good news. I know Mr. Carey will like this. He may already know, but we got the latest water quality report from Skinner, and they have upped the blend of State Water Project at Skinner, which lowers the TDS. Brings a little better water quality. Lots of people like it. I know our growers like it. People who do groundwater recharge like it. People who do recycled water love it. It helps a lot of folks. But from back in February, the blend was 9% and the TDS was like 635, which is not good. That's mostly Colorado River water. To just last week, the blend was up to 36% and all the way down to 475. So definitely trending in the right direction there. So that seems to be a welcome, I know for spring here. A little bit of a development update. We went through a lot of stuff last month on, some of the developments that we're seeing coming through the district. There's still quite a few that we're working on. The biggest one, the Ocean Breeze Ranch development, which is the Vessels property. They got planning commission approval on their revised tentative map and a time extension on their tentative map. They're moving forward pretty aggressively. It's about 400 homes on that property, single family, some larger estate lots, but then mostly, I think it's 394 of them or 380 of them are single family. They're moving pretty aggressively on advancing that project. So that was a pretty big approval for them. I can send it to you. Yes. Yeah, I will. I think that's it.
Legal counsel.
Oh, thank you, President Hamilton. I did a written report, did an update on an appellate court decision dealing with employment law involving public agency retirement benefits and the retired annuitant rules for employees working after retirement. It's a pretty significant decision. It's not often we get an appellate court decision on this issue. And it's an issue that comes up pretty regularly for many water districts and public agencies who utilize retired annuitants for a variety of purposes. When specialized services are needed or temporary services are needed, or you have an issue where an employee departs, you need experienced personnel to kind of step in until you onboard someone else. In this case, the court held that the worker was an actual employee and not an independent contractor or a retired annuitant. And then in reaching that conclusion, it looked to the common law employment test, which looks to the level of independence the worker has. whether the employer has the right to control the manner and means of accomplishing the result desired, and whether the employer directs the means and methods of the work, and how much control the employer retains, and how much supervision the employer has over the work to be performed. And the court went through a variety of different factors underlying kind of those general principles. No single one is determinative, but they just look at it from, kind of the totality of the circumstances, really fact specific. But, it's a significant finding because in this case, since the worker was deemed to be an employee and not an independent retired annuitant, the worker had to be reinstated into CalPERS and repay their retirements received while working. So some important guidance from the appellate court on this issue, on how to properly rehire, retired annuitants when necessary. And also wanted to mention for anyone who will be at the Aqua Conference, you're all invited. Nasaman is hosting a reception at the Perry House, which we've done before, right?
Oh, that place is nice.
Thank you. Yeah. We've got a lot of positive feedback from that one.
That place is nice.
Yeah. So it'll be Tuesday, May 13th from 6:30 to 8:30, complimentary food and drinks and networking with other members of the water community. Gotten some RSVPs already, but if anyone else would like to RSVP, you can just let me know and, I can add you. Gotcha. All right. So that concludes my report unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Counselor. I was a little surprised at this report because about 5 years ago, the state came out with very clear definitions of what constitutes a independent contractor versus an employee. And it was like, if you're following those rules, why would there have ever been a question?
Right. Yeah. They look at like with the Uber and Lyft and all of those sort of issues, the gig economy. Yeah. It's pretty much the same kind of test they use. Yeah.
And it has control of work hours, control of work environment. I mean, there are about 10 criteria. So, anyway, board member comments. Director Mack, do you have anything?
Nope.
Director Irvine?
No comment.
Director Townsend Smith? No. Director Hoffman?
Yes. So the policy, the administrative code, 3.01.030 states that the board of directors shall hold an organizational meeting at its regular meeting in January of the odd numbered year or as determined by the board for board officers, president, vice president. I was elected in December 5th. My first meeting, December 19th, came to my first meeting and was electing a president and vice president. I didn't know anybody. So common sense would tell me that, and then I realized elections typically take place every 2 years. In even numbered years, they changed that to instead of odd, even, which would be an election year. So I guess I'm not taking, changing it from January to December. I would like to propose that it would be every year that we elect board officers. There's 5 of us, and that would give us all a chance to be a board officer.
Duly noted. So take it under consideration and study it.
Yeah, we can bring
How would
something
that
back.
work? Would that be something that Director Hoffman would want to work with staff on to make an amendment to the administrative code for consideration for the board?
Yeah, I think me and Therese could probably work up, at least a
Proposed
draft. And then if the board
Bring it
so
back.
chooses to do it, yeah, it'd be pretty simple change, I think.
That's all.
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, you're right. It's every other year. We did make that change just this past year. Really, it was more of a organizational change because we used to do it all.
Committees.
Well, we used to do it all at one meeting, right? You did the president, vice president, and then all the committee outside
Okay.
appointments and everything else. We moved the one to December, the president, vice president, just to give an opportunity for everybody to kind of take that month to express their interest. Hey, I'd like to be the Aqua. I'd like to be the CSDA. So more of a procedural thing. That was the thing. But it's always been 2 years. So we can,
Which month did we have time to think about what we'd like to do?
from December to January.
Okay.
So
In
January,
her,
we did,
in her situation, she wouldn't have been eligible, right? Oh, no, you
No,
were
yeah.
seated in December.
in December. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back previous times we've had
So-
situations where
Yeah, totally separate from what you're talking
That's-
about, but we can draft something up and
Yeah.
if the board likes it, yeah.
I think that's pretty common within public agencies, that terms typically run about a year, and that is for 4-year terms to give more people an opportunity to serve in those roles. So
Yeah.
I would support something like that, so we can bring it back as an action. item.
Yeah, that was another change we made too, was the committees used to run 4 years.
Right.
So we used to appoint a board member to a committee and that was a 4-year term. We actually changed that to annually just this past year for that exact reason, just so board members could get, a feel for other committees if they so choose. Obviously, if you wanted to put the same one on for 4 years straight, that's fine, but obviously giving more people opportunity. So it's kind of in line with that.
Okay.
My comments are essentially related to the Met tour for the Pure Water Project.
Nice.
Fairly interesting tour. Unfortunately, didn't bring my notes, but essentially they're taking raw wastewater out of LA wastewater treatment plant and running it through a 3-cycle purification process, and then sending the clean water back to the wastewater plant, which legally is all they can do at this point in time. One of the questions that came out of this project was what would be the cost per acre foot for the clean water. And the tour guide was very happy to announce that it was only $3,000 an acre foot, but they thought they could get it down to $1,200, which left everybody confused on how you can get that degree of reduction in costs. So during the presentation, one of the discussions that was brought up was that Met is actually faced with 3 major projects right now that they have to determine, and they probably can't do all 3. One of those is the Delta Conveyance Project. The second one is Pure Water, and there's some question about whether or not Pure Water really fits into the province of their mission statement, if you will, which is supplying water versus converting water to resupply it. One of the reasons that they're involved in the Pure Water Project is from the versus a local agency, because you could take San Diego Pure Water, for example, is all San Diego recycling. The level of pure water that they want to create is such that it would service more than just a single water agency. And those agencies don't have the ability to do the distribution, where Met can actually hook into their distribution system and move the pure water back into the system fairly easily to provide it to everyone. And I believe, if I remember my notes correctly, which I forgot to bring today, the third criteria that they're faced with is what I call rate distribution. Right now, Met relies almost totally on revenues from water sales. They don't have a fixed charge, if you will. And as water rates decline, water usage declines, as everybody has experienced, their ability to service their fixed rates have been challenged. And so they're seriously looking at changing their billing structure to include a fixed rate plus water rate charge. They haven't made any decisions on any of these 3, but those are the short-term things that Met is dealing with to try to figure out how they're going to run their business over the next decade or so. And that's, and one last thing, just as an interesting, one of the people that was on the tour was a high school teacher. And I buttonholed her between things and asked her what was going on. They have her high school has a vocational education training program which certifies students at T1 and T2 level coming out of high school. These are basic certifications required for employment in water agency businesses. The third level is a T3, which they actually train to the point where the student could pass the 3T written test, but they wouldn't qualify for T3 certificate because they don't have practical experience. But that's the level and goal that they're doing in terms of encouraging people to students to go in and choose a vocational path. And I've provided all this information to Carlene along with the EMWD individual that's supporting this program. So it's a cooperative program
I
that
wonder if that's through the UC Pathways of Learning.
No.
They're doing that through schools. No,
no, this is strictly the high school.
no, that's the Pathways of Learning are in high school. It's a UC program, but I mean, they do water, they do technology, they do medical, they do. So I'm wondering if
She didn't mention that, so I don't know. And it's very hands-on. One of her projects that she has the students doing on Pure Water is create a water filtration system which can sustain life. And they put a goldfish in the system to measure the success or failure of the student. Anyway, board reports, CSDA.
I'd just like to mention that Director Hoffman and I attended the CSDA Leadership Academy. For me, it was a lot of refresher training, but you can never hear too much about good governance, board and staff relationships, talked about finance, GASB 34, internal controls, investment policies, a lot of review for me, but it's always good, especially since I've been out of it for a while, to hear about it. So it was a productive conference, and I appreciate the opportunity to go to it.
ditto. I really enjoyed the breakfast and free lunch. Omelet every morning. It was nice. It was nice to network and meet people at CSDA.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot of nice people.
LAFCO.
LAFCO didn't meet this month, their commission meeting. Interestingly enough, though, they did have their special district advisory commission, which is made up of lots of folks, general managers, and I know we've got pretty good representation here. Jack's on that from Fallbrook. Also Jeff, I can't remember his last name, from North County Fire. He's on their board. Aiken. He sits on that committee too. But they're going to do a study on rates. I don't believe it's just water agencies, but it's all special districts. But a little more of a deep dive on kind of I think they're going to really dive into the differences between agencies and really a kind of a deeper, you always see kind of the rate comparison is just a bar chart, right? But it doesn't really tell the story of, the differences between various agencies and that kind of thing. And so I think they're looking at, and so they're just trying to formulate the structure right now on kind of what that looks like. But they hired some guy you might know, Kennedy. Thomas Kennedy is going to be a part of that. So, yeah, but obviously somebody who understands the water business. But yeah, but they've kind of got a subcommittee. So it's actually a group of really smart people that are going to be putting that together. But kind of a side-by-side comparison of various agencies and things like that, they didn't have a timeline on it. It's probably going to be, fairly extensive, I would think. But anyways, I felt it was interesting.
And who's the lead agency on this?
LAFCO. Yeah.
But it's not, you said it wasn't restricted to just water, right?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's special district wide. So you'd have the the medical the health districts and quite a few.
Library special district.
Yep.
Right.
And
So many different. There's a special district.
what's the intent behind it?
Well, I think that's, part of their mission is affordability and all those kind of things. And so I think it kind of fits along those lines. I missed the first part of the discussion, so I didn't catch all of that, but I think it kind of fits along their mission, and I think they're really tasked with making sure, they're kind of a good governance group, right? That they're making sure people are doing the right things and those kind of things. So I think it's an analysis from that that standpoint, like or
And-
fare rates and that
Got
kind
it.
of a thing.
And
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're gonna be, because it's agents by agency, some comparisons going on.
Yes.
Is that going to, that's obviously going to highlight agencies that rates are kind of out of line with the norm and
Right.
put pressure on
Right.
agencies to try to explain or,
Justify.
yeah.
Certainly. And, you know,
Can't
but,
afford
but
something bad
yeah,
like that.
but I think that's why I'm glad to hear at least a little bit of a broader perspective, not just, you know, compare the city of San Diego versus Valley Center, right? Just there's no comparison there. It's completely different. So, but anyways, so some of that too, some of the more subjective things and that. So I'm expecting it's going to be a good report.
EMWD?
Not a lot new to report there. You were talking a little bit about Met. I'm sure we'll hear more about it, but they are and Eastern is obviously very involved in this. Looking at this fixed rate, kind of fixed rate or fixed recovery, fixed cost recovery. The first thing that we've heard, they're looking at their treated water charge. So there's you have kind of your baseline, everybody pays that raw water rate. But then if you're taking treated water, there's a surcharge there. And the main thing that they're looking at is really there's a lot of agencies that just peak off their system, right? Hey, when our demands, we use our own water when it's this, but then we need that treated water, but it's only this much. And so I think what's really kind of occurring is Met has to maintain that capacity, whether they use it or not. And then when they do use it, it's at a base rate, right? And so I think that's kind of what they're looking at as a balance for this treated water rate. When they bring in this fixed charge, it's going to kind of take into account some of those the agencies that are basically peaking, right? Not base loading their system with Met treated water. So
they have a peaker rate.
yeah. So it's probably a positive. Yeah, that sounds like a positive for us. I haven't seen the details, but we're base loaded, and so that's probably good for us. I mean, I think the agencies that probably would be concerned would be San Diego, LA, maybe even Fallbrook to some degree, because of their local supply. But so more to come on that. It is going to be, what we do know is even if they approve it, it's going to be kind of phased in. They're going to start not during any time during this budget cycle. So we're already locked in for 2026, but it could be 2027 and then phased in from that point going forward. So more to come on that. But so far, it actually sounds like it would be a benefit to an agency like ours.
Yeah, not that it affects us much either. They've completed their redistricting.
Oh, Eastern did.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was told that Friday.
Okay.
I've forgotten who, but it was one of the.
We're still in their
Eastern.
district too.
Yeah, I
assume,
mean,
yeah.
Doesn't have any direct impact on us, so to speak. Aqua?
Yes, they have their spring conference coming up in Monterey. I'll be leaving on the 11th because JPIA starts on that Monday. And so I'm the representative for JPIA, and then Aqua starts, I believe, Tuesday. It'll be a good conference. I'm gonna do some checking because I've asked several people about, I'm still kind of confused on the excess water that the federal government says they're giving California. And every time I ask somebody about that question, nobody really has an answer. So I'm going to try to find out. Because if there's excess water, then why aren't rates going down? I mean, I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah.
Not so much rates, but allocations going up.
But if there's more allocations and there's more water available, shouldn't rates go down? In theory.
Supply and demand, possibly.
So I'm just kind of curious that you see the news media or the Trump administration saying this and that, and then you ask people about it, and they go, "Oh, that's not true," or they don't know anything about it. So like, maybe I can find some information.
Good.
That's it.
Committees, workshops, seminars, and training. We've heard about the leadership conference. Any additional workshops or training? And Pure Water also. Request to attend upcoming.
I think do we have public comment on 14?
I'm sorry. Yes.
He's waited so patiently for item 14.
Right, thank you. One thing before I give my specific comments, I wanted to just mention, maybe for the benefit of Carleen, Director Hamilton, you reminded me with your comment about the high school teacher. And you were talking about some of the challenges you're having with hiring and the like. I think basically we need to maybe look at how the future employment model may be being impacted with AI. All of the folks that are focused now on principally technology related jobs, I think need to reconsider their other potential employment opportunities. And perhaps this is something that not only needs to be addressed at the educational level, but as a HR person, you can maybe explain the benefit long-term in the future and how the trends are relating as to what opportunities may be more reliable, stable, and better for long-term employment purposes, because I suspect there's going to be a pretty significant change in the technology areas over the course of the not too distant future. So, for whatever that may be worth. Thank you.
Can I just, is it okay if I comment on that real quickly? I was actually at a HR conference last week, and there's always sessions on AI and how it's going to impact the workforce, legal implications, policy implications, and it will impact the way jobs get done, and it will shift the kinds of jobs that exist. But every time there's a technological revolution, there's a whole new category of jobs created by that innovation as well. So for the time being, agencies are still learning how to use it, learning how to leverage it in different ways. Everything from analyzing how to find leaks based on pings in the Water Authority's pipeline to how to hire better and how to screen candidates. So what we're seeing right now is a lot of use of the tools like ChatGPT, and the recommendation was to have an enterprise-wide program to protect against privacy and have uniform application and policies related to it. And a lot of the answers I've heard is it's not a matter of AI taking someone's job as much as you might lose your job to someone who knows how to use AI better than you do. So that's all. Thank you for mentioning that.
Very well. To my principal concern, which is agriculture. From a global perspective, first, let me share. All this noise that we hear about tariffs and all that, whether you like the chaos or not, the principle behind that is a recognition that we have shipped off way too many of our critical industries and resources to offshore. Medicine is, whether you realize it or not, vast majority is produced in China. Okay. Rare earth materials also produced in other areas. And food production has been outsourced substantially as well. And this isn't, for your clarification, a political issue. I had the privilege of talking to the former Biden Secretary of Agriculture, Vlasic, and wherein he expressed his concern about the reduction of agriculture production in the U.S. and the fact that more and more of it, 85%, is now being controlled by corporate conglomerates. And only 15% of the industry, which used to be 100% of the industry, were family farms. And his concern was that we are getting too reliant upon foreign sources of food. And the little dust up that we see, maybe big dust up that you see with trade, you can see in a nanosecond how food supplies, supply chains and the like can be impacted immediately. So the point being is that in my view, and perhaps others, there's a need to bring more of that production and capacity back into the US mainland where we have better control of our own food security and the like. So what troubles me is we live in one of the richest, most bountiful, if you will, from an agricultural production standpoint, areas in the world. I've had the privilege of being able and the benefit to travel to other areas in the country here as well as in the world that are agricultural, significant agricultural production areas. And I will tell you that North San Diego County is one of the finest in the world when you take all things into consideration. We can grow anything here. And even though I focus now more on avocado production, my background is in multiple crops in agriculture. And I chose to focus principally because it was getting a little more challenging managing different crop production cycles and the like. And the fact that avocados were arguably year in and year out the most profitable. So if you're in an area that otherwise is perhaps a little more expensive from production standpoint, you need to be gravitating toward crops that will likely be able to help recover your expenses. And so people say that you don't understand agriculture and farming is not a get rich scheme. Okay. As a general rule of thumb, not guaranteed, agriculture is supposed to make money 3 out of 5 years. And you hope that the 3 years that you make money exceed the 2 bad years that you don't make money. Okay. So in my particular case, being specific, I've been profitable once in the last 5 years. So Rick, the others, so forth, can comment, agree or disagree. But I'm telling you as a second generation farmer that knows how to farm. So my concern is the actual fundamental economics that the water costs in Rainbow Water are presenting for agriculture. And I'm telling you as a seasoned farmer, if I can't make ends meet, you got a problem. And if you doubt my opinion, and I think I mentioned this to you, Director Hamilton, send out a request to the 2,000 some odd large meter for a special meeting here at Rainbow so you can hear from all of them, and particularly the ones that are involved in agriculture. And they will tell you plain and simply, the ag water rates in this district are too high. Eastern's ag water rates, and again, I'm using my 2-inch meter as an example. The fixed cost in Eastern, the municipality we joined, is $33 a month. Mine here is over $700 just for the benefit of being able to buy more water, which this district needs to have occur. You've lost 20,000 acre feet of water sales over the last 10, 15 years. You can have your CFO do the numbers as to what the difference would be in the availability and the cost of rates being more affordable if you could spread them out over more units. At Fallbrook, the Fallbrook Public Utility District, which is nearby and competent, their fixed cost, which is too high, is $535 versus my over $700 in Rainbow. Their unit cost, per unit cost for ag, is $422 versus $490 in Rainbow. Okay. I would also argue that as a PSAR customer, although Valley Center is a convoluted district to figure out because of their pumping charges and the like, that a PSAR customer has a better deal in Valley Center than an ag user in this district. Basically, the study that promulgated all of this, the 2023 study, is flawed. It was done when this district was a member of the San Diego County Water Authority. You're no longer a member of the Water Authority. That study needs to be rejected and redone. And I'm telling you, if you use that platform and this great young man to do some performa analysis, I believe the problem is more solvable than you realize. You have 6,000 residential meters and roughly 2,000 agricultural meters. Shift a moderate amount of the cost over to the residential meters, which there's 6,000 of them, to try and get to a baseline more comparable to what we have at Eastern Municipal. I think you will find if you do the performa analysis, we're not talking about a major adjustment in cost. And then the proposition becomes quite simple. Do residential users, this district and residential users, want to preserve agriculture long-term in this area? Because if they don't, that's an answer in and of itself. The economic benefits I have elaborated on before, which is in the millions of dollars to the local community that'll go away. The environmental benefits are clear. The fire break and public safety benefits are significant. And you're selling water, more water, which this district needs to do, by encouraging agriculture to use more water on land that is on slopes that you can't build homes on. We're wasting a resource and driving the rest of that resource out of this district. And the only way you can take care of that is you have to confront it. You need to have a workshop if necessary. You need to invite the other large meter users. You need to do some performa analysis. You don't have to go out and spend a fortune on another useless special rate study and the like that was done by an urban consultant that had no understanding of the unique aspects of this district. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
The fixed meter rates went up in 2014, and to my knowledge. I mean, there was a nominal fee prior to that, but when the prior manager came in, they raised the rates, and that was when Bob Lucy was on the board. And my understanding was the idea was they were going to lower water to ag and offset it with the higher fixed meter charges. Well, they didn't do that. That's not what happened. We got huge increases in the fixed meter charges, and ag water continued to go up. And I called every district in LAFCO, and we were the only ones paying fixed meter charges, and huge ones at that. I mean, Valley Center paid zero. I mean, and so Dwayne's right. We won't have ag. We can't sustain it. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And that's what we do. So if you don't want farming, or we don't want farming in the North County, if we don't cut these rates, we're not going to be able to continue to farm. It just chips away. I mean, we can do all the crop swap programs we can, but you still have to have water, and we still have to have capacity. So that it's just a really important thing if you want to continue to have agriculture in this county. So anyway, he's working really hard on it. I don't know where the other fixed meter people are. I don't know. And I don't know how many of them are in this district. How many other people have fixed meters besides that? Fixed charges.
Everybody.
Right. So, anyway, I agree that it should go out to everybody. Ask them, and if you don't want ag, then continue this, but otherwise, please try to continue to give us some help. I'd appreciate it.
Question. Example on a 2-inch meter, residential fixed charge is, sorry. My bad. I should know better by now.
Residential fixed charge is 50% lower than the ag fixed charge. Why is that proportional or make any sense whatsoever? If you took 4 5/8 inch residential meters, round numbers, half-inch meters, and put them together and so forth, you're still going to use or have the capacity of drawing the same amount of capacity. And yet, if you add those charges up, it's under 50% compared to an ag meter. I mean, the inconsistencies in that study are all over the place. It was a bad study. There was no consultation with the ag community whatsoever in their notes. They just met basically with district staff and basically tilted the balance of those charges to saving money for residential users and laden the ag users with it. And the news bulletin is if ag goes away, residential users are going to be bearing more costs long-term and forever.
Thank you. Request to attend upcoming meetings, conferences, and seminars? None?
I know that, I guess, since it's gonna be CSDA, Tree sent a thing around, it's gonna be in August. So we don't have to request that since that's one of our normal
The
things.
CSDA and Aqua, you don't have to
Yeah.
request.
Correct.
Okay.
Suggested agenda items for the next regular board meeting?
Budget. That'll be the big one.
Nothing else, right?
Change
the sign,
What?
change the sign in front.
Change the sign?
Oh, the new
Are
logo.
you talking
and
about
that?
the monument?
No, our sign goes this way and like people, there's new residents coming in. They don't know to turn real quick.
I almost missed.
No, yeah, that's the monument. We have it in the budget to do that this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Monument? Okay.
And then do we have the
Monument
policy?
sign.
We're gonna work on the.
Oh, the policy. Yes,
Yeah.
right.
If there's nothing else, we're adjourned to closed session. Let's take a 10-minute break at most. Resume at 3:35.
Okay.
We should have bathroom in here.
There's one right outside the door and then there's one over in the,
Yeah.
by the lunchroom.
I'll show you.
Budget finance.
I just need a moment.
Back up.
Advertise.
You should have worn a new shirt. You got that old logo.
That's it.
I'm trying to think of Dayton Cobb was the only one I could throw in.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
Thank you. I'm up and running.
do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You ready, Teresa?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
This is the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for April 29th, 2025, resuming open session from our closed session. Counselor, do we have anything to report out of the closed session?
Oh, yes, Mr. President. There are two reportable actions. The board met in closed session to discuss three items. The first two, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. And the third item, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 and 54957. On the first item, the board approved a settlement agreement with California River Watch regarding alleged sewer spill violations under the Clean Water Act. Copies of the settlement agreement will be available upon request once finalized and signed by all parties. And on the second item, the district's risk sharing pool, the Aqua Joint Powers Authority, has rejected the amount of the current claim for alleged damages due to alleged water main break filed by Ryan and Viviana Booth for property located at 6668 Camino del Rey, Ponce, California 92003. The risk sharing pool remains in continuing discussions with the property owner. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Consider adoption of a resolution approving a successor memorandum of understanding between the Rainbow Municipal Water District and the Rainbow Employees Association. Rainbow Employee Association. Is there any discussion?
Exempt employees.
It says Rainbow Employee Association. Exempt employee?
Yeah.
Rainbow Exempt Employee Association. If there's no discussion, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Hoffman, seconded by Director Mack to accept the memorandum of understanding. All those in favor? Aye.
Right.
Opposed? And with that,